I feel most honored to be in the midst of eminent professionals in the logistics and transport sectors. Let me begin by commending the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport for its unwavering commitment and promoting excellence, professionalism, and innovations in logistics and transport. These sectors have contributed immensely to national security, economic growth, and overall development of the nation. The theme for this year's conference, Enhancing Logistics and Transport for Sustainable Blue Economy in Nigeria, is both timely and visionary. It succinctly embodies the recognitions that our nation's prosperity is intrinsically linked to the effective management of our maritime, coastal, and inland waterway resources. The blue economy offers immense opportunity for trade, energy, industrial growth that must be anchored on logistics systems and resilient transport infrastructure. For the Nigerian Army, logistics is not just a function, it is a vital aspect of our operational and administrative activities. Our ability to project power, sustain troops, and respond swiftly to national emergencies depends on the reliability of our logistics chain and transport networks. In this regard, we continue to explore new and innovative ways to modernize our systems, embrace technology, and strengthen partnership that promotes efficiency, transparency, and readiness. Our commitment to enhancing our logistic chain is consistent with the strategic development goals of Mr. President, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Under his visionary leadership, Nigeria is charting a new course towards economic diversification, infrastructural renewal, and sustainable national development. The political leadership's renewed focus on industrial growth, maritime security, and blue economy development provides a clear roadmap for harnessing our nation's full potentials. The Nigerian Army is fully aligned with the vision and has been making concerted efforts at ensuring safety, accessibility, and operational efficiency of Nigeria's logistics and maritime corridors. At this juncture, I wish to particularly appreciate Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport for offering 10 participation slots for this year's conference to the Nigerian Army. And the conference fees and other financial support has been acknowledged. This thoughtful gesture underscores the strong partnership that exists between us while also reaffirming the spirit of collaboration that has brought about record levels of capacity building in the Nigerian Army. It is hoped that this mutual benefiting relationship will continue into the foreseeable future, endangering professionalism across all sectors of national and military logistics systems. Ladies and gentlemen, the blue economy is the new frontier of opportunity, but it can only thrive on a foundation of efficient logistics, secure transport systems, and interagency synergy. As stakeholders, let us use this forum to share knowledge, build capacity, and design innovative strategies that will transform Nigeria into a regional hub for sustainable maritime trade and logistics excellence. As we deliberate today, let us remember that logistics and transport do not merely move goods. They move growth, opportunity, and national pride. Together, through a shared vision and purposeful collaboration, we can build Nigeria that not only harnesses its blue economy, but also secures its place as a global leader in sustainable logistics and transport development. On this note, it is my pleasure to, on behalf of the officers and soldiers of Nigerian Army, extend my goodwill and best wishes for a successful and impactful conference. I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Major General Emmanuel Anariu. I, I got it correctly this time. Thank you so much for the correction, sir. Thank you for graciously delivering the goodwill message on behalf of the Chief of Army Staff. When the Nigerian Army identifies with us at such a high level, it is indeed a strong confirmation that CILT Nigeria is on the right track. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together in appreciation of the Chief of Army Staff. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we remain within the Nigerian Defense Architecture for our next goodwill message, as I have the honor and privilege of inviting the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, who flew in from Abuja this morning for this event. Please appreciate him warmly.
Thank you very much. Once again, it's good to be here. It's great. I think today makes it exactly 1 year the last time we were here. And it's always a wonderful occasion to be. Just yesterday, when Kebbi State, for another occasion with the Ariwa traditional rulers, we returned quite late yesterday, but because we made a promise today, we ensured that we had to be here today. So we really appreciate all of you. And for the MC, thank you for reviving the name, Anario. Sometimes it's always difficult getting some of these names. But we thank God for Nigeria. The special guest of honor, Adegboyega Isiaka Oyetola, CON, Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, ably represented by the Managing Director of Nigerian Army Ports Authority. The Honorable Ministers here present, representative of the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief Tete Owusu Neti, the President, Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport International, our cousins from Ghana. You know, in the military, we always have this thing between Nigeria and Ghana, but we're always cousins. And our host, Barrister Inform Ekong Usoro, President and Chair of the Council Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, heads of ministries, department, agencies, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pleasure and a deep sense of gratitude that I join you at this 2025 Annual National Conference for the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. This is a prestigious gathering that comes to serve as a veritable platform for advancing discourse on sustainable logistics, transport development, and economic growth. I wish to express my profound appreciation to the leadership of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria for the kind invitation extended to me to be part of this important event. Permit me to also commend the Institute for its unwavering commitment to promoting professionalism, innovation, and capacity development in logistics and transport management, which are critical to the stability and prosperity of every modern economy. We all know the importance of logistics. When the logistics is good, prices of goods and commodities will be better, performance will do, there will be greater development, and security will improve. So there's a nexus. Permit me at this junction to also appreciate the presence of two our distinguished retired generals, but not tired. They have always been here with us. Major General Jiju Umo, I'm seeing you there, sir. Thank you very much. Major General Yuti Usman, it's always a great pleasure. You set the pace that we are following, so I assure you that we'll remain online. Coming in, I'm highly privileged to see two of my friends. One, my classmates in primary school. Where is she? Aha, that's her there. Thank you very much. And one again, I have my friend here. I haven't seen for a long time. So it's always good to come to Lagos. You'll see a lot of new faces. Over the years, the Institute had demonstrated remarkable foresight in building bridges between the public and private sectors, fostering collaboration and championing initiatives that enhance efficiency in supply chain operations across the nation. The theme of this year's conference, which is Enhancing Logistics and Transport for Sustainable Blue Economy, is indeed timely and relevant as it resonates deeply with the current national agenda of economic diversification, infrastructure renewal, and security sector reform. The nexus between logistics, transport, and national security cannot be overemphasized. Efficient logistics systems are the backbone of not only economic activity, but also military operations and a national resilience. In fact, there's an adage in the military it is always a war of logistics. Who has more logistics, who can sustain their troops are the ones that will win. For us in the Armed Forces of Nigeria, logistics remains the lifeline of our operational effectiveness. It is a silent force that sustains our troops in the field, enables mobility, ensures timely deployment, and supports humanitarian and peacekeeping efforts all over the world. Without effective logistics and transport coordination, no military operation, no matter how well planned, can succeed. Thus, our experiences in both domestic and international operations have underscored the vital role that logistics plays in mission success and national stability. Through institutions such as the Nigerian Army College of Logistics and Management, we have intensified programs designed to develop competent logisticians capable of supporting joint operations in complex environments. Our collaboration with professional bodies such as the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport has been invaluable in aligning military logistics education with global best practices. I wish to also express my profound gratitude to the Council and the entire membership of this noble institute for the high honor of conferring upon me the Distinguished Leadership Excellence Award. I really appreciate that. I think I will dedicate that to our troops who have continually been out there in the field, day, night, rain, dust, harmattan, whatever the situation is, trying to make sure that there is peace. And for those who have also sacrificed their lives. Indeed, it is a peace that fills me with gratitude and renewed commitment to service. I received this recognition not as a personal achievement, but as a collective testament to the professionalism, resilience, and selfless dedication of the officers and men of our armed forces and other security agencies who continue to serve our nation with honor and courage. As we look forward to the future, let me emphasize that sustainable logistics and transport systems are not merely about moving goods, but also about connecting people, unlocking opportunities, and building resilience. Together, through shared vision and partnership, we can build a Nigeria where logistics and transport becomes the catalyst for our growth, national integration, and lasting peace. I want to also seize this opportunity to continue to appeal to us to work together in unity as Nigerians, as Africans. That is the only way we can defeat the enemies of our continent, the enemies of our states. No single institution, no single parastatal can do this alone. And if we're divided, we can never and will never succeed. We need to unite as we move forward. I'm happy to see our Ghanaian cousins here and to assure them that we'll continue to work together with them. On this note, I once again thank the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria for the invitation and for the award conferred on me. I wish all the participants fruitful deliberation and outcomes that will further advance the frontiers of logistics and transport practice in our beloved country and continent. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, we are going to be making the presentation to our distinguished guest of honor. I have the singular honor and privilege of inviting to the podium our own dear national president. Please put your hands together as she comes up, a distinguished fellow of the Institute. She will be making the presentation of the Distinguished Leadership Award in Transport to the CDS.
Thank you very much. You have heard, if you were listening to the CDS, that he has been with us for a long time. And indeed, at our national conference of 2024 in Abuja, he personally attended. It is with his commitment and blessing that we continue the collaboration with the Nigerian Army College of Logistics and Management. We appreciate him. We know he's doing an excellent job. Even though we hear about the Navy in terms of security on the waters, but we know that the Army are really, really, really quietly and overtly also making sure that Nigeria remains secure. And you know another testimony? He remains the Chief of Defense Staff. That shows that he deserves our recognition. And sir, on behalf, may I call the international president, please, to come and assist me here? Thank you, sir. You can take the shortcut. And if you are as agile as I am, jump this stage. I do it. I'm not serious, so. Anyway, we have ambulances.
Thank you very much.
He did it.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
So after I do my own. Hello? Hello?
Two. 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 Two, 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 one, two, 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 two. One, two, 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 two. Two, 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 one, two, 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 one, two, 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 one, two, 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 two. Two, two, two. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we want to sincerely apologize for that break in transmission. I hope you forgive us for that. We'll quickly proceed to the next item. I have the honor of inviting for the presentation of the Book of Proceedings the chairman of the Planning Committee, Professor Kayode Oyeshiku, FCILT. So please come to the podium for the presentation of the Book of Proceedings. Please put your hands together for him as he steps forward.
Our distinguished, very important personalities, the President, CILT Nigeria, the international president, CILT globally, kindly permits me to rest on the existing protocol by extending my courtesies. I may not be able to complete this without specifically recognizing some people who have actually made it practically possible for the survival of CILT in Nigeria. I Chief Adebayo Saromi, who was with us and has just left. Malam Jubril Ibrahim, a former president of the institute. And more importantly, Major General Usman, retired. My assignment is actually to make a presentation of this book of proceedings. And the national president, our own Amazon, has done so much while she was making the presentation. She has done the summary of how we came about the book, Transforming Nigerians' Transportation and Logistics for National Development. The book has over 21 chapters, speeches, and a lot of inputs that has made the content of the transformation in Nigerian transportation and logistics for national development a centerpiece of the discourse. We have tried to run and package this presentation such that it will be of use to everyone in this particular country who are interested in logistics and transportation development. What we will try to do is to ensure that every member who has registered also has a copy of this particular book. Although we did not factor it as part of the registration cost, but we know that for those of you who are here last year, particularly our Chief of Defense Staff, who also did a human job last year to make sure that we run through the publication. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present this particular book to you for the readership of all in the name of the Chartered Institute of Transport and Logistics of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Before you rest on the clap, I'm equally directed by the president of the institute to invite very few distinguished Nigerians to actually launch this particular book. Let me assure you that no amount of money will be too small. But we are looking for something like, according to Dr. Boboye, we are looking for something like 5 million and above. Isn't it? But 1 million will be sufficient for me. Therefore, I will not actually reject any amount of money. Let me start with the invitation of Our Excellency, the Ambassador, Mrs. Ezewa, to please make a general launching donation for the Institute. Thank you very much because... No. You can let us sit down. Sit down, madam. Because you can't pay for your flight. Bring the book.
Well, I thank the president, in whom I am well pleased. I call her my leader. And on behalf of my fellow members in CILT, I will launch this with the sum of 1 million naira.
$1 million. Thank you very much. Right. That one is likely to go to my pocket because it's not 5 million. Thank you very much. I'm also going to call on the representative of the DG of NEMASA, who is here with us. Representative of NEMASA. Dr. Wadi is waiting for you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
This actually comes as a surprise, to be candid, because I didn't think I was going to be told to make a contribution on behalf of NIMASA. However, NIMASA is going to make an undisclosed amount as a donation to CITL. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to go to my own constituency and invite the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council, Transport University Daura, to equally give us some money. My brother,
you know the university is still struggling, and we are very young. But despite the case, we will still pledge the sum of 250,000 naira.
Thank you.
For 5 copies.
Thank you very much. I extend my warm wishes to the Vice Chancellor, brother Vice Chancellor. Oh, good. I was also a former Vice Chancellor. And thank you for sustaining that university. Thank you so much. Now, let me invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy, the DG of NPA. He's the Managing Director. Okay, I'm told that he will do so after his speech. Then the DG, NIT Zaria, please make a handsome. He's a very good friend of mine.
Well, on behalf of Nigeria Institute of Transport Technology, we are launching this book, 5 copies for 1 million naira.
Well, coming home, I will be doing a disservice to the Institute by not inviting a past president of the Institute, in the person of Major General Usman, retired, fellow, Chartered Institute of Transport and Logistics. Right.
Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm a farmer. I run a poultry farm and I run a fish farm. From the Big Blue Aquaculture and Namiji farms, I wish to humbly present 250,000 naira. Thank you very much.
General, thank you very much. May I invite the president of Cilt to please come up for his own contribution. Thank you, sir. He's going to be supported by Professor Odeumi, SG. Yeah.
Madam President, distinguished participants, on behalf of the indispensable institute, Cilt, we are launching this book with 1 million. Thank you very much.
Right, I'm winding up now, and I'm calling on Dr. Boboye Oyeyemi, the president-elect of CILT Nigeria. And let me please announce there is a launching of Book of Proceedings pledge form. For those who want to pledge, we have the forms here to be distributed. Thank you.
The representative of the Honorable Minister. My big brother, the Chief of Defense Staff, my great brother, I think the Chief of Naval Staff has stepped out, Madam President. And let me stand on the protocols because of time. Madam President just been planning coup for me for the past 6 months.
You are a civilian now.
And last night again, he whispered, I said, Boboy, my president, you are going to do a presentation. I said, but you know I'm a retired officer. And like the president, I'm a farmer too. His own is farming, my own is poultry. If I'd known, I would have brought maybe 1,000 crates of egg and asked you to sell here. A crate of egg from farmers is 5,000. You will have realized your money. But anyway, without wasting time, I must thank members of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport for my election as the incoming president. And I will use this opportunity to invite all of you on the 27th November for my investiture by the president. And at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Kofu Abayomi, at 11 o'clock. CDS, I'm still coming to meet you. I won't announce it to you here. You are my own person. And I'll quickly work with you so that you look at your itinerary. It's just 2 hours, 11 to 1. That's what the president said, just for the investiture. He wants the practice like others, 27th. So I will come formally with others to you. And also other members too, golfers. We play together. All golfers too, I will move them down. I will move them down. And because of that, I won't waste time. I will donate 2 million naira for this.
Yeah, thank you very much. The DG of Bureau for Public Procurement has made undisclosed huge amount of money. Let us give him a round of applause. At this juncture, let me invite the representative of the Honorable Minister, Marine and Blue Economy, to come and declare this conference open.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by recognizing the Chief of Army Staff, the representative of the Chief of Army Staff, the President of CILT International, the President of CILT Nigeria, Barrister Mfon Osoro, the head of sister agencies here present, the members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I want to in particular also remember to recognize Chief Adebayo Saremi, who happened to be my boss 25 years ago in Nigerian Port Authority. Again, it's important to start with emphasizing that I'm representing the special guest of honor. Therefore, I'm happy to read the address by His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola, CON, Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy at the 2025 Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, CILT Nigeria Conference held on Wednesday, 22nd October 2025 at the Civic Center, Victoria Island, Lagos. It is a distinct honor and privilege to join you at this year's CILT Nigeria Conference, a flagship event that consistently provides a robust platform for policy dialogue, professional exchange, and forward-thinking engagements in vital sectors of logistics and transport. The theme of this year's conference could not have been more apt and timely. Across the world, the blue economy, that is the sustainable use of ocean and inland water resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs, has become a transformative development frontier. Nigeria, with over 853 kilometers of coastline, numerous rivers, lakes, and inland waterways, and strategic maritime locations, stands at the threshold of a golden opportunity to leverage these resources for inclusive and sustainable prosperity. However, the promise of a thriving blue economy cannot be realized without a robust, efficient, and integrated logistic transport system. The ability to move goods, people, and services seamlessly by sea, land, and air is the lifeblood of commerce and the foundation for industrial growth. Our ports, shipping corridors, inland container depots, intermodal connections form the arteries through which our blue economy will flourish. The administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, recognizes that the blue economy represents the next frontier for economic diversification beyond oil. Consequently, the creation of Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy underscores our collective commitment to reposition this vital sector as a key driver of national growth, innovation, and sustainability. Since the inception of the ministry, we have focused our efforts on strategic reform and institutional strengthening. Our priorities include, number one, port modernization and digitalization. We are working closely with all stakeholders to achieve a paperless, technology-driven port environment that enhances efficiency, reduces turnaround time, and curbs corruption. As part of this commitment, the federal government has approved a $1 billion modernization project for ports in Lagos, a landmark achievement of this government that is designed to upgrade infrastructure, improve cargo handling, and expand capacity so we can meet global best practice. In addition, the procurement process has commenced for similar modernization projects in the eastern ports to ensure balanced development across our maritime gateways. These efforts reflect this administration's firm determination to improve logistics performance and competitiveness in the maritime and transport sector, making Nigeria a preferred destination for maritime trade and investments. Number two, in the area of inland waterways development, through the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, we are improving navigability, safety, connectivity across major inland routes, unlocking opportunities for hinterland trade and regional integration. Number three, in the area of maritime security and safety, with the Deep Blue project and other strategic interventions, we are safeguarding our maritime domain to encourage investment and reduce the cost of doing business in Nigeria. I'm glad to inform you that for more than 3 years now, Nigeria has recorded zero piracy on our waterways. Number 4, Blue Economy Policy Framework. We have developed a comprehensive 10-year national blue economy strategy to align our maritime, fisheries, logistics, and coastal development policies within a unified, sustainable framework. Number 5, private sector partnership. We are creating an enabling environment for private investment through regulatory reforms, private-public partnership, and targeted incentives that will drive innovation and job creation across the value chain. Let me commend the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, CILT, for its leadership in promoting professionalism, knowledge, and ethical standards in our field, in your field. As professionals, your expertise and innovations are indispensable to the success of the blue economy. Whether through port operations, freight forwarding, warehousing, distribution, fleet management, or intermodal integration, your contributions defines the efficiency and competitiveness of our entire economic ecosystem. I therefore urge CILT and its members to continue to champion the adoption of smart and green transport technologies, promote capacity building for young professionals and operators, advocate for data-driven planning and decision-making in logistics management, and deepen collaboration with the ministry and other stakeholders to align your expertise with national priorities. Our goal is not growth for growth's sake, but sustainable and inclusive growth, one that balances economic opportunity with environmental stewardship and social equity. We must ensure that our coastal and riverine communities benefit from the emerging blue economy, that women and youth find meaningful employment within its value chains, and our maritime and transport infrastructure is developed in harmony with global climate goals. This calls for collective responsibility from government, industry, academia, civil society, and international partners. In the future we envision a Nigeria that is a leading maritime hub in Africa and a key player in global logistics, which can only be achieved through shared vision and coordinated action. As we gather here today to deliberate, share insight, and chart new pathways, I'm confident that the outcomes of this conference will enrich our national discourse and inspire policies and innovations that move Nigeria forward. Let me assure you that the Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy remains fully committed to partnering with CILT and all stakeholders to advance our shared objectives. Together, we'll build a logistics and transport system that is efficient, sustainable, and globally competitive, a blue economy that truly works for all Nigerians. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to formally declare open the 2025 Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, CILT Nigeria Conference open. I therefore wish you fruitful deliberations and meaningful engagements. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now at this point, I was also asked to say what we commit to the launching of the book. So I think I'm talking now as the MD of Nigerian Port Authority. I wish to, on behalf of the Nigerian Port Authority, commit the sum of 5 million for 10 copies of the book. Thank you so much. I did. Maybe you didn't hear me. I think I recognized my brother, the Chief of the Defense Staff. I couldn't have missed him because he's my brother. So if you didn't hear, I hereby recognize the Chief of the Defense Staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. At this juncture, Please wait. I have the honor of inviting our national president. Our national president, please come forward to give the award of distinguished leadership honors to our guest of honor. Madam President.
Our brother, our DG. It was so nice of the minister to send you, because the port is the center of logistics. And it's our pleasure that you made out time to give us that honor. On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, we are pleased to, through you, honor the minister with this Distinguished Leadership Award in Logistics and Transport. Yes. Thank you. Pardon? The CNS? CDS. Okay, yes, certainly. And also, the Council of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, as the minister had informed us that he will be here personally, by the powers conferred on us by the Constitution of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, we today award and confer to the Honorable Minister the grade of the Chartered Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, FCILT. So we would like him to, among all the letters behind his name, to now add FCILT. So this is for him.
Congratulations.
And we will still come to his office to also present it to him. Thank you very much, sir.
The council member, the international president. Do we have the honor of the international president? Please, Chief Tete. I wanted to know if you are following, so it's good that we're all following. Put your hands together for yourselves, eh? Thank you. Okay. We also want the DG Nemasa to join them for the picture. Sir, please join them also for the picture. Yes, sir. Dr. Boboye, please join them for the picture. Malam Jubril, sir. Okay, sir. Our international vice president, yes. DG NITT, sir, we are honored to have you join them, sir. Dr. Farah. The chairman, African Forum. Thank you, sir. Okay. The president, Cilt. Okay. Chief Mrs. Ezenwa, please join in the group pictures. Oh, the CILT mommy, Madam Shauma, please come forward. Please, we have the honor of having the Vice Chancellor, University of Transportation, Daura. Please come forward. Madam Shauma is coming to join. Madam, come from here. Please, I want to invite Auntie Carol, Chief Mrs. Carol. Please join them. Yeah. Sorry, thank you very much. Special recognition to the Thank you very much. Please have your seats. Please have your seats. MC, please have your seats. We're just about to round up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for... Okay, we would like to recognize the presence of Professor Francisca Bassi, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cross River State, ably represented by Professor Hannah Etta. Can you wave? Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we're retrieving the pledge forms. If you have a pledge form with you that is filled, hand it over to an usher. Thank you. Please, for everyone in the hall to gain access to download.
Please, can we have our seats, please? Please, can we have our seats? Thank you. Let's go on.
Please, to download the program of the conference, scan the QR code behind your tag. The QR code behind your tag. If you don't have a tag on, you can scan your neighbor's QR code to download the program of the conference, please. For the vote of thanks, we would like to welcome the Chairman Finance Subcorn of the CPC, Major General Ayobami Ibikunle, retired, FCILT. A round of applause for him as he comes for the vote of thanks.
The special guest of honor is SNNC Adegboyega Isiaka Oyetola, CON, the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, ably represented by the Managing Director of Nigerian Port Authority, Dr. Abubakar Dansoso, the Governor of Adamawa State, Alhaji Amadu Moru, Fintri, hereby ably represented, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Gwabi Musa, hereby present. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General O.O. Oluyede, ably represented by Major General Anariu, the Commander, Nigerian Army Corps of Supply and Transport. The President of Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport International, Chief Titi Owusu-Noti. Our own National President, Barrister Mrs. Mfonsoro. All the past presidents of Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria, President of Charter Institute of Transport Administrator, Prince Shegun Obayedo, the Commandant of Nigerian Army College of Logistics and Management, the Director General, International Maritime Institute of Nigeria, the Director General, Bureau of Public Procurement, and all the Director Generals hereby present, Board of Directors, Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria, Chairman, Conference Planning Committee, members of National Council of Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria, all the people from the academia hereby present, captains of industry in the public and private sectors, fellows of the institute, all senior military officers, both serving and retired hereby present, chair and members of Women in Logistics and Transport Nigeria, members of Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport Next Generation, members of the press, the fourth estate of the realm, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. It is indeed a great honor to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria. It is said that saying thank you is more than good manners. It is good spirituality. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest appreciation to the special guest of honor, His Excellency Adegboyega Isiaka Oyetola, the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, ably represented by the Managing Director of Nigerian Port Authority, for accepting to grace this occasion, and also for the Honorable Minister's leadership and commitment that is shaping the growth and transformation of the maritime sector. We are also extremely thankful to the Governor of Adamawa State, who is also ably represented in this event. A heartfelt thanks to the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Gwabi Musa, who incidentally is my coursemate and friend, for honoring us with his presence. In like manner, we appreciate the support of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General O. Oluyede, who is ably represented here today. Our dear International President, Chief Titi Owusu-Noti, we say thank you for always being there and for your strong support for the Charter Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria. I was told that you came with your son to come and see Nigeria. I hope you have tasted our jollof rice. I must mention our deep appreciation to our outgoing enigmatic Madam President, Barrister Mfonsoro, the Iron Lady, for her effort towards the successful hosting of this event. To our numerous specially invited guests, we sincerely appreciate your support and collaboration. to strengthening the transport and logistics sector across the nation. Your presence here today reflects your shared vision for a more connected and efficient Nigeria. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to the Chairman Conference Planning Committee, Professor Kayode Oyesiku, for his exemplary leadership, unwavering dedication to the Institute's advancement. To our council members, thank you for your tireless service and commitment to excellence. You remain pillars of progress for this great institute. We also appreciate our members, academia, and partners for your presence and contributions. Your participation has made today's gathering both successful and memorable. Finally, to the organizing committee and all who worked behind the scenes, thank you for your diligence and dedication in ensuring the success of this event. As we close this year's meeting, may we all live with renewed zeal to drive the transport and logistics sector towards greater innovation, collaboration, and sustainability. May God bless the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport Nigeria. May God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, and Johnny Mercies. I was told, I don't like doing this, but I was told to announce this account number. Union Bank. They will put it on the screen, but we can write it down. 000, that's Union Bank. 000-189-5040. Union Bank. 000-189-5040. CIT Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, General Abayomi Bikunle, for those words of gratitude and encouragement. Please, can we have another round of applause for that delectable vote of thanks? Our next session showcases research findings from industry experts and academics addressing new pathways for sustainable logistics in Nigeria. I would like to invite the first panel session. I will call up our moderator and then he will bring up his panelists. So can we have return? Okay. Just so we can move our bodies a little, we will just give you 5 minutes to move around, stretch your legs, and then when we return, we will jump right into the first panel session. Thank you so much for your time. You can take this time out to continue networking with people who you haven't seen. You can take this time out to meet a new colleague, a friend, introduce yourself to somebody, and stretch your legs in the process while we prepare for the next session of this beautiful conference today, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Please, if you have one of our microphones, kindly bring it to me here on stage. If you have one of our microphones, maybe someone dropped it on your table or you picked it up, please bring it to the IT team or bring it to me here on stage. Thank you. If you have one of our mics, please, we need it. If you have one of our microphones, please, we need it.
two, two. 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 1, 2. 2.
Kindly settle in on your seats so we can proceed with the first panel session. Please, let's settle on our seats so we can proceed with the next phase of this conference. Thank you. Okay. Our next session showcases research findings from industry experts and academics addressing new pathways for sustainable logistics in Nigeria. To moderate this panel session, please can we settle in? Can we settle in, please? Our time is fast spent. Please settle in so we can proceed. Please. Okay, let's welcome our moderator for the first panel on the theme Sustainable and Resilient Transport Systems. Let's make welcome retired Deputy Corps Marshal, Dr. Kayode Olagunju. Please, let's sit.
Call the president of Cilt.
Can we have the president of Cilt to say a brief? Prince Segun Obayendu. A round of applause for him as he comes up, please. A round of applause for him as he comes to say a few words to us.
Okay. Distinguished participants, I wanted to say we are, then my tongue just had a break. Madam President, members of the high table, distinguished participants, good afternoon. Mine is just to amplify the consensus that we have kind of arrived at here at the opening session. And what is the consensus? It is an axiom, or let me say it's axiomatic, that nobody, no one institution can do it all. The international president said it, that together we are stronger. The defense, Major General Musa also said it, that we cannot do it alone. And this applies to virtually all human endeavor, not just in transportation. But for us in the transportation sector, the time to work together is now. The time for CILT, CIOTA collaboration is now.
Please, excuse me, please, can you please have your seat so that we can listen to the presenter? Please have your seats. Hello. Please have your seats. The noise is too much. Thank you very much. As you sit down, please sit down. Please sit down, sit down. This is a national conference. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those on my left have done very well. Those on my right, please. Please, can you please sit down so that we can listen to our president? He's speaking. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I was trying to amplify the consensus here and to tell the whole wide world, CILT, CIOTA, we are not competitors. We are rather collaborators. We are rather partners. We are rather belonging to the same father, to the same mother. And as such, we are not in competition. I was supposed to be at the IOD conference also today in Abuja, but I choose to fly from Abuja to be here when I could have just driven to IOD and have a wonderful conference just as this. That simply tells us that we are not competing at all. And besides, I have very good news for you. I listened to Madam President when she was appealing to the minister, ably represented, that the time and age where engineers will be taking our position is gone. And when she was making that appeal, the student unionism instinct came into my mind. And I said, if this were to be a student union forum, I would have used these quotes. But it's not a student union forum, but let me just say it. That those who make peaceful change impossible makes violent change inevitable. What do I mean? But because I said this is not a student union forum, we are going to use the instrumentality of the law. And how are we doing this? CIOTA has started. As you know, we derive our mandate from National Assembly. And we have also sent to the National Assembly now a regulation that will guide appointments, nomination into transportation positions. And if you are not a transportant or a transport person, certified either by CILT or CIOTA, we will take you to court. And when that happens, you have no fear that your sector is protected. When that happens, you can be rest assured that what is due to you, one engineer will not take it. Because as I'm standing here today, I cannot be Minister of Justice because I did not study law. As I stand before you today, I probably can't be Minister of Health because I did not study medicine. As I stand here today, I can't be Minister of Finance because I don't have finance background or certification. So, but we, the transport sector, that is supposed to be the indispensable sector for that matter, everybody is taking our position. And that is why I said we are going to use the instrumentality of law to take what belongs to us and to give us that importance that we rightly deserve. Nothing works in this country. If all the modes you close down today, the economy will be shut down. So if we are that important, why are we not accorded that respect? But to make that happen, we have to all take ownership. CILT, CIOTA must work together and achieve that. And once that is achieved, when we now sneeze, not just the economy, the people in power will be having malaria. And that is why we need to just get it right, not by competing, but by working together. I want to let you know that we are standing shoulder to shoulder to actualize this. And I congratulate the incoming president, my own Oga at the top, for that matter. So you can be rest assured that the collaboration is just gaining another harmonious momentum. And when that happens, sky is just the beginning. Be assured, CIOTA is with you, and we will do this together. Our own conference is coming November 4th, and I expect everybody here to also come and grace that occasion. We are all brothers. We are in Abuja, so we expect CILT to also grace it, and I know my president, the incoming president, will also be there. Thank you so much for giving me this privilege. I appreciate.
Thank you very much, sir, for that invitation to collaborate. Okay, so now we'll continue with the panel. All right, so I'll be inviting for the first panel session on the sub-theme, Sustainable and Resilient Transport Systems. I would invite the moderator upstage, and he will invite his panelists. With a warm round of applause, let's make welcome retired Deputy Corps Marshal, Dr. Kayode Olagunju. Please, make the applause louder. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Let me start with a bit of correction. My name is Olagunju, not Olagunju. Olagunju looks like a curse. That is, Olagunju means like it's even a cause to get money. Madam President, the international president in absentia, this is a great conference with huge attendance. I could see here a lot of stakeholders in the industry. You know, transport is very important. We are the links. When we say transport and logistics, we are the links. A doctor cannot practice his medical profession without transportation and logistics. Like the CIOTA president said earlier, an engineer cannot do anything without the tool, transport and logistics. And we all know that for you to gauge the development of any nation, all you need to do is to appraise the transport status of such country. So I want all of us to appreciate the fact that we are in a very great industry. Let us give ourselves a round of applause. The theme is enhancing logistics and transport for sustainable blue economy in Nigeria. Then our own sub-theme is sustainable and resilient transport systems. We all got here today through the instrumentality of transport and logistics. That shows the importance. And I have with me to help us look at this particular team with their expertise. A professor in the academy, we have the practitioners, we have a barrister at law. And I'll start by bringing in Mrs. Oluseyi Oluyede. She's represented here by Mrs. Jigbo Queen. Mrs. Jigbo Queen, please. A round of applause as she steps in. Please encourage her, encourage her, encourage her. Any seat of your choice. She's going to be talking to us on quality standards and operational excellence in maritime transport. We all know that standards and quality, standards and operational excellence will enhance our transport development. Let me also bring in a professor of logistics and transport from Federal University of Technology, Futu, Owerri. Professor Okeudo. Prof, please. Encourage her, please. So we have an MD of the Niger Benue Transport Company Limited, and also a professor of transport and logistics. There's a missing link. I'm sure we know the missing link. Law, regulations. So we're going to bring in a barrister to complement the team. So we have in our midst Barrister Ini, Barrister Inibong, CMRT, a former commissioner for special duties, Akwa Ibom. Which kind of seat arrangement is this? We had your body to go sit down. All of them are just packed ourselves like this. What did this way? What did this way? Don't leave this seat for me. Don't worry, sit there. Madam, sit that side. No, it's okay like that, yes. Okay, we know we have little time to spend because the opening ceremony actually cut into this period. So we'll try to do it within 20-25 minutes. Within 20-25 minutes. So, and I want the professor to start so that we have a solid foundation from the academics. So I'm calling on Professor Geraldine Keudu, FCIT, the Dean of Logistics and Transport, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, to lead us in this discussion. Prof. Ma.
Good afternoon, all. Standing on the existing protocol, you know, time is not our friend. And we've spent a lot of time in the opening ceremony. And now, he told us to stand up. Actually, I want to look at this topic, green logistics initiative across transport modes. There is if you look at the world now, there is a global change when it comes to what logistics. So the world is rapidly advancing across diverse sectors, with innovations emerging to streamline operations, improving working conditions, and enhance safety, and promotes better and living standard. The logistics and general supply chain sector has joined the global going green. That's the green movement, which promotes sustainable methods of managing operations that are environmental friendly, economic viable, and socially responsible. If you look at today's economy or today's logistics, nobody is again interested in going back to the archives, what it used to be. The world is changing, and the global change, we have to embark on it. You bring out vehicles, you talk about blue economy, you talk about the maritime industry. Now the question we ask ourselves, how can we talk about the innovations which exist? So green logistics focuses on minimizing the environmental impact associated with transportation and storage of goods. Its core pillar includes reducing emission, conserving energy, minimizing waste, and preventing pollution, all without compromising customer satisfaction or the well-being of the planet. Nigeria as a whole has its own problem and has a lot of challenges. In Nigeria, road transport operations, the widespread use of aging diesel-powered vehicles, coupled with poor infrastructure, has significantly degraded air quality. The high cost of fuel, frequent maintenance of old vehicles, and delays caused by traffic congestion continue to strain the economy and infrastructure. You know that vividly. Look at what happens on our infrastructure. Look at the roads, for example. Look at the vehicles. So rail transport is often associated with high noise pollution, and is generally perceived as the least preferred mode of transportation. That's most especially in this country. Other countries have gone far, because in the industry you notice that almost everything is done by rail or even marine. But in Nigeria, we are trying to break that even. So the underutilization limits its potential as a cleaner alternative to road transport. If only Nigeria government will try to invest more on rail transport system, bet me there will be a kind of a breach in all this environmental friendliness, because we know vividly that the use of trucks, the use of broken down vehicles, and you see almost on all our roads every day. You look at the pollutions everywhere. Carbon emission is just on the high side. But what happens? What is the government doing? Maybe we'll look at it. That's why we are here. You know, I love being here. Why do I love being here? This is where the initiations are made, and the collaborations the decisions of the collaborations are made. And we talk about change, and change has to be. Change can only be when you and me are into it. So the blue economy also faces setback due to port congestion. You knew what used to happen at that Apapa Road. You know what happens at that Tinker Island. But today, something can be done, and it can be better. So vessel delays and persistent security threats, these challenges not only hinder maritime efficiency, but also undermine the potentials of Nigerian coastal and ocean-based resources to drive sustainable growth. If we want there to be sustainability in our transportation, there must be, or whatever change we get into must be sustained. We look at the aviation, for example. Air transport operations are affected by high fuel costs, congested flight routes, poor waste management, and non-renewable energy sources. These issues contribute to environmental degradation and increase what? Operational what? Expenses. These challenges highlights the urgent need for sustainable alternative across all transport modes. Green logistics offers what? Solution that balances what? Environmental care, social responsibility, and economic growth. As a developing nation, Nigeria must explore every viable what? Alternatives to stabilize the economy and create a healthier environment for its what? People. Often at times, I could remember, but let me make an observation. Last year when I came into Lagos, it was still, you could see the air was conk. But did you notice that now there's a kind of what? A wave, a change. Because there is what, I don't know, but that's my own observation. You notice that the air is fresher, unlike what it used to be. Yes, because the government is doing something. And what is it doing? Trying to bring in the blue aviation, the blue transportation, where you're talking about what? The railway, and then improvement on the maritime operation. When there's that improvement, what happened? And it is sustained. And how can it be sustained? Because the government has to invest. And we don't just keep quiet. We are stakeholders, and all of us are involved. So we don't neglect it. So Green Logistics Initiative across transport modes to address these issues. Several green logistics initiatives have been what? Introduced to propose across Nigerian transport landscape. One, on road transport. You talk about what? Electric vehicles, which is what? Route optimization. Now, we know that we have a problem in this nation. And what is our problem? Power. But if we can improve on that, something can be done. But you see, the Lagos transport system are already doing a breakthrough. That's, you can talk about the BRT pilots. Then you talk about rail. Shift from road to rail electrification. If this rail services, rail operations would be sustained nationally, don't you think that would be a better movement in Nigeria?
Prof,
and all this...
Thank you very much. We understand the fact that we want to have an healthy environment. And we know that all of us should cooperate in making sure that pollution and things that are not good for our health are removed from our transport economy. So what exactly do you think are the quick wins in terms of having green logistics? If you can do that one for us in 30 seconds.
What we can do with that respect, in that respect is what? Trying to, you know, I was making suggestions about what? Innovations and improvement. When we can, if the country can embark on what? Electric vehicles, and now improve on our electricity. And then talk about energy improvement. Where you can have places where you can recharge your vehicles and what have you. That would be a great improvement. And you talk about what? Electrification of the trains. And then what? Having the what? Standard gauge, which is what the government is doing now. If it is continued, and not just only in Lagos and Kaduna, Maiduguri, whatever, we extend it to other places. There will be a control. Because you notice that electric trains don't have to emit what? Fumes compared to
Do we all agree with Prof on that? Please, let's give her a round of applause.
As well as what? Our maritime industry.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. She has spoken to us on how we could have green logistics. But we cannot talk of having green logistics without looking at standards, without looking at the competencies, without looking at certain things that must be done to achieve this. And that will bring me to bringing in Engineer Chibukwe Queen to please enlighten us on the issue of standards and operational competencies.
Okay, thank you very much. Marine transportation is the rudder that steers global economy and national development, facilitating 90% of international trade, linking businesses together. And for this maritime sector and even all sector of transportation to work seamlessly, we must prioritize safety, security, and environmental sustainability. I bring you greetings from the Managing Director of MBTC Limited, Mrs. Oluseyi Oluyede. She's supposed to be here, but due to urgent official matters, she asked me to come and present for her. Before we dive into this topic properly, I want to ask us a question. If we are given a key that will help in streamline our operations, reduce operational loss, increase our customer satisfaction, and reduce environmental footprints, and enhance a sustainable and resilient logistics system, what will you do with the key? Will you use the key or you will keep it? Before we go to that question, before you answer that question, I want to give you a practical story. The story of Keme Maritime Logistics Company. In a thriving coastal city stood Keme Maritime Services, a reputable logistics and marine operations company with 35 years of service. The company has been founded by Captain Akpan's father, and they have stood on a reputation of just do it on time. That is their reputation. So, observing market trends and listening to customers' feedback, one morning, Captain Akpan called his management team into the boardroom, and on the team is his HSC, QA, and QC manager and his operations manager. And he told them, for years, Keme Maritime has known for delivering on time, but times are changing. Our customers no longer want it done speedily. They want reliability. They want sustainability, which is reducing environmental footprints. They want safety. So excellence is no longer an option. So what do they do to streamline their operations in order to get that feedback? For the HSC officer, they need to go strictly into getting standards. They need to follow standards. But the operation manager was like, they've been operating for 35 years. They've been having no issues. Why should they follow standards? Because standards, adhering to standards is very expensive. For you to have standards, ISO standards and all that, you need to upgrade your equipment. You need to spend money, spend time getting these standards. And when they looked at it, they were like, okay, let them forget about it and do what? And continue the way they were. A month later, they got a job. The job is to carry cargo from point A to point B using intermodal truck ship transportation system. Now, the operation manager was like, okay, I'm going to do it fast without following the checklist of standard. And he mobilized the vessel, he mobilized trucks, and they went out for the job. First of all, because of rush, because of not following standard, they were not able to meet up the loading time and offloading on the boat. Now, the vessel continued its trip. A day into the trip, they had serious mechanical problem on the port engine. And because of that, they were not able to meet target. The vessel which they were supposed to take those containers to left without them meeting it. So what happened? They lost customer confidence, they lost trust, and they incurred high operational cost. At the end of the day, they went back to the drawing room and they were like, what has happened? Where did you make the mistake? And the HSC QM manager told them, look, there is no shortcut to quality standard. We need to follow quality standards. And what are these quality standards? We have ISO standard, we have IMO standard, we have ISM standard, we have cabotage law and all that. So for you to get proper operational excellence, for you to be able to operate whatever logistics system, safety, environmental protection and all, we need to imbibe on quality standard. Now, if this key is given to you, what will you do? Will you use the key or you will procrastinate about using it? Remember, those standards will aid profitability and will also aid customer satisfaction. Now, these keys, these standards, like I earlier mentioned, ISO, IMO, and Nigeria is a member of IMO, a member body.
Engineer, do we really have a specific or unique standard for the transport and logistics management?
Yes, we already have standards guiding the maritime industry. We have SOLAS, safety of life at sea. We have MAPO, which is key on maritime pollution, prevention of maritime pollution, spillage, sewage, oil spillage, chemical spillage. We have rules guiding that. We have rules for protection of life at sea, which has to do with fire protection, fire prevention, and all that. We have the STCW, which is key, standard for training and certification and watchkeeping of crew. You know, in maritime organization, training of crew is key. And they have a global standard whereby all maritime organizations follows. So wherever you are, even if you are in Nigeria, you are in UK, you are in Togo, you have a particular standard. So if our crews, or if every organization adheres to this standard of retraining and retraining their staff, they will end up being more productive and they can work in any organization. For instance, if they go to a port, maybe a port in France, for instance, where they don't understand the language, but they look around and see codes. The standards which they are using there is the same. Despite the fact that they cannot speak the language, our crew will be able to do work. We function effortlessly. So we can be able to do what? Export our crew.
Thank you very much, Engineer Chigwe. I believe you all agree that we need standards in our operations. Do we agree? Okay, let's give Madam another round of applause for that. Just as we talk of standards, we're talking of climate resilience. And I want to ask you, Barrister, what is the importance of climate resilience in our infrastructure arrangements?
Thank you very much. We're gathered today as witnesses to what climate change has done and how it's affected every sector of our lives. And so we're talking about the importance of climate resilient transport infrastructure. And therefore, I'm sure that there's no one in this room who doesn't agree that climate change has a negative impact on humanity. And therefore, if infrastructure must keep its lifespan, therefore we must look at creating climate resilient infrastructure, because the cost of repairing or the cost of putting up new ones would be more expensive if we don't do so. But to help us look at this, there are just two theoretical frameworks that I know that we won't have sufficient time to look at, but I'll just drop because the paper is here. We're going to look at the concept of the socio-ecological resilience theory, and we're going to look at knotted tensions. More importantly, man and nature relates. We do know that nature doesn't really need man, but man needs nature. And so in the battle between man and nature, who should bend to who? I sure do know that we are feeling the pinch of when we refuse to bend to nature. And so the socio-ecological resilience theory posits that man must adapt to nature because nature is static. I mean, if we go into extinction, like the extinction theory speaks, if we go into extinction, nature will still be there, but we won't be here to feel the pinch. So let me go to the one that concerns us really as an obstacle to investing in climate resilient infrastructure, which is the knotted tensions. Knotted tensions are called in leadership studies as wicked problems. There are issues that in dealing with one, another thing will come up. So the solution to one becomes the problem to another thing, and that makes it practically difficult, if not impossible, to navigate through solutions very easily. So I'll just look at those knotted tensions one by one. There are plenty, but I'll just look at them. First is economic growth versus environmental protection. When we're looking at the blue economy and we're looking at building climate resilient transport infrastructure, there's need. When you look at our potentials in the blue economy, you know that it has the capacity to rival, if not take over from oil, as a source of economic dependence for this country. And when you look at how our economy is doing today and the state of affairs of our economy, then suddenly there's a pressure on governments and the private sector to exploit these resources. But there's the counterbalancing pressure to also preserve the economy, to preserve the environment, I beg your pardon. So between pushing the economy and preserving the environment, which are we going to do? So the push on one becomes the pull on another. And so that knotted tension exists there. The second one, which I'm sure affects everyone in this room, is politically motivated decisions rather than data and information-driven decisions. So how do we site our port infrastructure? How do we site roads? Do we build economically viable roads, or we just build roads because a commissioner is from that place and a governor is from that place? How do we cite this infrastructure? So, for example, the decision on the concentration of ports in one place than the decentralization of ports in Nigeria, is it doing our economy good or bad? Those are political decisions that will drive economic results. And therefore, we are pushed and pulled between taking decisions that have data as the backup and politics as the backup. So how does this affect the provision of climate resilient infrastructure? So when politicians are sitting, and even the private sector, when they are sitting to take decisions, you're going to discover that this data and statistics would not just be what is informing decision. You're going to find out that between short-term infrastructure and just building roads the way we've been building ports the way we've been building, because it needs to be commissioned within 4 years, within 8 years, within the term, because no one is really interested in long-term projects that they won't take credits for. So between those pushes and pulls of doing what is right and doing what gets accolade on the immediate, we are going to have issues with that. And the fact that we need climate resilient transport infrastructure is not in doubt. But the question is, why are we not getting it? We're not getting it because a lot goes into the decision making. Even the private sector now is also trying to be politically correct, because you now see that even the private sector people are hobnobbing with politicians, so much so that it affects the decision making. People are going to talk about, we need quick infrastructure so that we can make our monies and live. But is this what will help us? What is Netherlands doing? Netherlands has 55% flood-prone areas, but they are doing integrative development, where all the people involved in Netherlands development sit on a board. So you don't have people construct a road and another person come to cut the road to put telecoms infrastructure. When you see tornadoes and emergencies happen in communities, what are people doing now? They are building redundant infrastructure of electricity and communication. If an emergency happens today, people would die not just because of that emergency, but the inability to communicate within themselves and to have power. And so, are we doing that here? The answer is no. But are we having infrastructure? The answer is yes. Because we are playing a lot of politics with it. A lot of issues about who is involved, not what is involved, is coming into the mix. And so, as much as that is important, until we solve the issue of politics and begin to allow data speak to development, we are going to have a lot of problems.
Thank you very much. Data is key. Data management is very critical. It is very important. We must take evidence-based decisions. Not just that we feel this will be politically correct, and in that case, we must look towards that direction. So I'll give the panelists just about 30 seconds to conclude why maybe, will we be able to have any, no, okay. Prof, you heard, data is key.
Yes.
Do you also believe that?
Yes. When you talk about green logistics, it's essential for building what? Sustainable, efficient, and inclusive transport system in Nigeria. Stakeholders must act now through policy investment and innovation to drive fasting what? Change. This is called, there is a call to government, private practice, partners, investors, students, and every stakeholder to champion green logistics. Let us collaborate, thrive, let incentive flow, and let no voice be left behind. Let us build a transport system that is environmental friendly, social responsible, and economically productive. Let us boost the GDP generated by logistics, transport, and general supply chain.
Everybody should be involved. We should let no voice be left behind. Madam Chikwe.
Quality standards are not just documents. They represent long-term profitability, customer satisfaction, adherence to safety standards, and reduce environment pollution. In the words of Captain Akpan of Kewe Maritime Services, keep your standards high, keep your decks clean, and keep sailing, because excellence at sea is not a destination. It's a daily discipline that will save life and property. So call to action. We should embrace continuous improvement. We should invest in training, technology, and compliance. We should set a standard for excellence in maritime transport. Let us all commit to upholding these standards, not just for compliance, but for the safety of our people, the preservation of our oceans, and the prosperity of our maritime
Thank you very
vision.
much.
Thank you.
It is basically for preservation of lives. Is that also? Okay. And finally, I'll call on the barrister. What do we do?
My last word is that when we gather like this, it shouldn't just be a conference, it should be a call to action. So industry players must begin to collaborate with the academia where they give hints about research focus areas. So that research by the academia is not just for promotion of ranks, it should become solutions to real life problems. Until that collaboration between the industry and the academia comes to bear, we will not, because within our environment, if we look to nature, we may find the solutions to building climate resilient transport infrastructure. And for Afrocentric disposition towards knowledge, we must not wait for the innovations to come from the West. The innovation can come from within, and that will come by research. But when research is not economically viable, it's useless, and that is why it would only end in the shelves and the dustbins. Until the industry people begin to give indications to the academia as to where they should go to. And that collaboration would now birth for us our own indigenous climate resilient transport infrastructure.
Thank you very much. There must be an handshake between the town and the gun. That is the takeaway. And on that note, we thank all of you for listening attentively for the discussion. God bless you all. I want to thank all the panelists for their contributions. Thank you very much.
Would like to take a group photo. Let's invite Madam President to please join them for the photo. If there's one thing I kept hearing during their session is collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Another round of applause for them, please. We can make progress and achieve sustainable and resilient transport systems if we collaborate, if the industry players collaborate with the academia, so that all the research that is being done, at least, will be useful to the growth and development of the industry. Thank you all so much for sharing from your wealth of knowledge. Another round of applause for them, please, as they go back to their seats. Next, we will be having a research paper presentation. For that, I would like to make welcome the session chair, Dr. Margaret Ogumbi. Can we have Dr. Margaret Ogumbi, please? A round of applause for her as she comes up stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the panel session for research paper presentation one. And we'll be having 5 presenters for this section. And each presenters will be given 5 minutes to present. We'll have room for 1 question, and let me call on the presenters in the order they appear. Shehu Aliu. You will be presenting on blockchain for transparency, traceability in Nigerians' Balkan fuel supply. Professor Geraldine Okeodu will be presenting on a paper on integrating transportation and logistics, strategies for sustainable management of competing marine resources uses in the Niger Delta. The next person here, Kabir Rabiu, will be presenting on sustainable logistics and transportation as a catalyst for Nigerian blue economic enhancement. Please come up as I call so that it will be easier to save time. Come up, please. Shehu Aliu. Okay.
Yes, I did. All right. Yes, ma'am, I'm going. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shehu Aliu, and I'm the Vice Chairman for Cilt Nigeria Next Generation. So, of course, it's an honor to be here to make presentation on behalf of the entire Next Generation. All right. So, my presentation today is on blockchain technology. So, what is blockchain technology? The first thing that mostly comes to mind when someone hear about blockchain technology is cryptocurrency. Of course, cryptocurrency is fundamentally built on blockchain technology. And for me personally, the first time I heard about blockchain technology, I tried browsing the internet to download a form of application because I thought, of course, since it's a system and a structure, it might be an application that I can use for my day-to-day operational activity. But it's not. Despite the fact that it's a structure, it's a system, it is not really an independent technology. For instance, you can just download and continue using. Just to give you an example, most of us are familiar with email. Whenever you are sending your email, you will see that there is a capture when you are replying an email. So it's always capture the previous email that was sent to you or the one that you are applying. So to define blockchain technology in simple, we'll just make it very brief. This technology, in essence, eliminates centralization. Now, it doesn't give access rather to a centralized system. It decentralizes the entire operation in the sense that if, let's say, you have 5 stakeholders are going to be entitled to have a view of the entire system. Whatever is on my database is on your database, is on another database, and it's impossible to change. So the main characteristics of blockchain technology includes decentralization, of course, the main characteristics, and then immutability. So it can be tempered, it can be changed, and then most importantly, it gives access to traceability and transparency. And then what is bunker supply? What is bunkering, rather? Whenever people hear about bunkering, the first thing that comes to their mind is illegal activity happening in the Niger Delta, and what have you, but that is not. There is a legitimate government license refueling for ships and vessels. This is what bunkering is. It's not necessarily a illegitimate act. In this sense, it is the fuel that vessels use for their own consumption. Now, that is what bunkering or bunker supply is all about. And then now I want to look at how this blockchain technology can be infused in bunker supply chain. So when you talk about immutability, now it is going to be very, very difficult for anybody to tamper with anything. There are some key stakeholders when you are talking about bunker supply chain, which includes, of course, the refinery itself, the clients, the bunker supplier, terminals, depots, jetties, Navy, NMDPRA, all of these people are stakeholders when it comes to bunker supply chain. So whatever information, let's say as a supplier, I am giving out, what blockchain technology can do for me is that I won't be able to change anything without the permission of the entire stakeholders. So if I send anything to NMDPRA, I won't be able to send a different thing to Navy. I won't be able to send a different thing to the client. So that way, it is going to be very, very difficult to have, any form of corrupt act within the system. And then the next is, of course, the decentralization, which give access to everybody, equal access to the entire database, and ultimately transparency. So with these two key factors, you are going to have a transparent and a traceable operations. Now, why do we need bunker supply chain in blockchain technology, rather in bunker supply operation? Nigeria is a potential hub for bunker suppliers. Most people who are into bunker supply will know Lome is the bunker supply chain hub when it comes to Africa or West Africa or Gulf of Guinea. Whenever vessels are, coming by Africa, they mostly rather go to Lome to do their bunker supply. But Nigeria has more potential actually than Lome. We have a refinery here. We have a couple of modular refineries, Aradel, Walter Smith, OPAC. We have a couple of modular refineries that do produce this product. But despite the fact that we do have this, they still rather go to Lome to do this operation. And then some information on the research findings that I got when you're talking about the bunker supply chain or supply issues. Some of these issues include fuel adulteration and quality discrepancy. In Nigeria, mostly you will have issues when doing bunker with your clients. Your client might say, okay, I receive 100 metric ton, and then you are telling your client that you sent 120 metric ton. So there is always losses within that supply chain. Whenever you are supplying, there is that losses. And most likely, the reason for that is because of lack of transparency. And fuel adulteration also is a very, very serious issue when it comes to bunker supply chain. You might get a lab, and then the lab is going to do a test for you, and then people mostly alter this test. And then they will send you a different COQ, which is different from what is actually, the level of sulfur, whether there is water or any form of issues in the product. So someone is never going to know that. And then, okay, initially I had a presentation which would have actually shown us how bunker supply chain process will look like if we are going to infuse blockchain technology, which will, let's say right from the beginning, when you send a PO to a client, the PO will be acknowledged, and then when you get a COQ from refinery, you can upload the COQ on that platform, and then your client will be able to see that. Even Navy and NMDPRA, all the agencies will be able to see all of these things as the process goes by. And if there is any need to change anything, the dashboard or the platform will capture that change, and it will say that, okay, so person at so time made that change, so that if there is any form of issue, you should be able to know who exactly the issue comes from. So I will just end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You can go. Please, any question for him? We'll entertain one question. Any question for him, please? Okay, sir. Please come. Finish before they can go. Okay. Okay, you can sit down. Thank you. The next on our list is Professor Geraldine. Professor Geraldine. Please, Kabir Rabiu, come closer. Right, Ojo. Ezeneka Eunice, Please come closer.
Back on paper presentation. I want to talk on this paper, with the topic, integrating transportation and logistics, strategies for sustainable management of competing marine resource uses in the Niger Delta area. So looking at that, there's so much we want to look into, because it's a research paper, there are formulas, there are methods that you adopt. But let us look at the introduction. So looking at it, coastal zones are critically socio-ecological system where marine transportation, resource extraction, and biodiversity conservation converge, often leading towards significant conflict. Globally, these regions sustain over 2.5 billion people, providing livelihood through fishing, trade, and tourism, while hosting biodiverse ecosystem, such as mangroves, coral reefs, and estuaries. Nigeria's Niger Delta epitomizes these challenges. I don't know whether many of us have been to Niger Delta area and see what happens in that area as a result of oil mining. And you see it has affected the fishery, the fishermen, and affected a lot of even residential. So these regions, when you look at the economics, so a research paper was done on this. So we looked at the region's economic significances is overshadowed by environmental degradation and social tension due to competing marine resource uses. Challenges include oil spills, port congestion, and declining fish population. This study aims to address these issues by developing a sustainable management framework from the Niger Delta marine resources. If you look at this study area, the area we are considering is the Niger Delta, which is located in southern Nigeria, spans 9 states with a 450-kilometer coastal line along the Gulf of Guinea. It encompasses critical ecosystem, including 10,000 kilometers of mangroves, wetlands, and estuaries, supporting various fish species and endangered species like West African manatee. If you look at Niger Delta area, you see the people look as if they are rioting and what have you, because there's a lot of problem as a result of mining and the effect of oil spillage. And let me tell you, fish is now very, very costly. You know why? Because the fish farmers and this thing, not only that they have the pirates disturbing them, but the government, or rather the locality, they are now subcharging them. They pay serious demurrage for coming there to fish. And yeah, I'm telling you, ask them. Those of you from Niger Delta, I don't know whether I'm speaking your voice. You understand what I mean. So on that note, yes, you'll be amazed that one single fish is now costing over 200,000. Something is wrong and something is happening. So looking at it, the method we adopted was Geographic Information System, GIS. We are employed to map conflict zones, integrating data layers on vessels traffic density, oil spills, incidents, and mangrove. Hello, let's have one house. Do you want me to step down so that you take over? But what I'm saying is the actual truth. Ask them. The spatial overlay analysis in ArcGIS identified high-risk area, prioritizing ecological sensitivity and livelihood dependency. Semi-structured interviews were conducted with 150 stakeholders, ensuring informed this study. Adaptive shipping routes were modeled using at least coast path algorithm. A real-time pollution monitoring was simulated with a hypothetical sensor network. There are results we found, out of this. The results stated that GIS analysis revealed that 35% of the Niger Delta coastal waters are highly conflict zone, particularly near major ports. Modeling shows that rerouting vessels and speed reduction can significantly mitigate ecological damage and preserve fishing jobs. That's if only we can adapt to that. Looking at this scenario.
Please round up, ma.
So if you look at, I don't know, if you look at the graph there, it shows what the baseline, the kilometer offshore, then the 5 kilometer offshore, 15 kilometer offshore, 20 kilometer offshore. If you look at it and look at the table, for those of you in the academia, you will understand what I'm talking about. That the simulated sensor network dictated that 90% of oil spills within 2 hours, reducing ecological damage by 25%. And that has affected, in that result, I want to recommend. If you look at our recommendation from that paper, we recommended that implement adaptive shipping routes to minimize overlap with sensitive habitats. 2, establish real-time pollution monitoring system to enhance rapid response. 3, invest in community training program for pollution monitoring. 5, mandate industry adherence to environmental regulation. And 5, secure government funding for ongoing monitoring and support. In conclusion, this study pioneers a transformative approach to sustainable coastal management in Niger Delta areas, addressing the complex interplay of maritime transportation, resource extraction, and ecological conservation. This integration of GIS-based conflict mapping with real-time pollution monitoring offers a scalable framework that balances economic growth and ecological sustainability, relevant for global coastal region facing similar challenges. Further efforts should be focused on refining and expanding stakeholders' engagement for enhanced community resilience. On that,
let's put our hands together for Prof for that wonderful presentation. Thank you, ma, for the presentation. Thank you. Next on our list, Kabir Rabiu. Is he here? Bright Ojo. Ezeneka Eunice. You can take over it. Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ezeneka Eunice Okodudu. I'll be talking on green shipping corridors in the Niger Delta, integrating renewable energy solutions for sustainable maritime transport in Nigeria, oil-rich waterways. And when we talk about Nigeria oil-rich waterways, we are talking about the Niger Delta area. Every one of us know about Niger Delta area. Everything about oil is, no area. So I will talk about green shipping. What do we mean by green shipping corridors? Green shipping corridors actively promotes the uptake of green or CO2 fuel through a combination of infrastructure, development, policy support, collaborative partnership, and other projects. When we talk about importance of Niger Delta, is one of the African most critical maritime transport hubs. It serves as a gateway for Nigeria petroleum economy, covers 70,000 kilometers across 9 states with vast river systems and creeks. It connects to Port Harcourt, Warri, Calabar, and other rural communities, and also into international shipping lanes, and handles crude oil exports, refined products, and general cargo vital to Nigerian economy. And we know this oil is actually one of our main sources of Nigerian economy. The environmental challenges concerning this shipping, our waterways in the Niger Delta, the environmental challenges, most of them, the major ones, faces a lot of oil pollution, environmental degradation. About 240,000 barrels of crude oil is split every yearly, mainly from unknown causes, third-party activities, and mechanical failures. We estimated 9 to 13 million barrels that has been spilled from 1958. And as of, if you calculate from 1960 to 1997, we have up to 100 million barrels. There have been high contamination levels in the water, and the consequences are so strong. The marine ecosystem is degrading so fast. The human health risks is on the high side. There are increased vessel maintenance, navigation hazards, and the higher operational costs due to polluted waters, because when they are polluted, there will be need for cleaning them. And we have the emergence of green shipping corridors. I've talked about the green shipping corridors, the activities. Most times in the green shipping corridors, we have what to say, maritime routes, where there is zero or low emissions of shipping solutions, there will be need for implementation. And the need for green shipping corridors also help to promote clean energy, sustainable fuels, and innovative technologies. It also aims to reduce carbon emissions and support global decarbonization of shipping, and also offers a transformative pathways to the environment. I also want to say that there is need for the evolution of sustainable and maritime transport concept. We have the early foundations, the initial focus on pollution preventions, the landmark decision by international maritime organizations. We also have the IMO GAG, which help to enhance target for tracking emissions. And then some applications, we have technological advancement, the solar energy integration, wind and solar energy, and other systems that we need to use, especially the environmental sustainable frameworks for polluted waters. We also have current maritime infrastructure and usage patterns. And there is need for the economic significance of waterway transport. And then the environmental degradation, aging infrastructure, and security threat. I want to talk about the security threat. Is a strong one that the Niger Delta area is facing. Some months ago, my colleague went for a research in the creeks, and it was a terrible experience. He nearly lost his life because he saw some people already dead, shot dead. And I want to tell you that a lot of things are happening around there. I will conclude by saying that Niger Delta holds a vast potential for sustainable maritime transport due to the extensive inland waterways, abundant solar energy resources, and strategic trading positioning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for her. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Thank you. Please, we'll be taking just two questions because of our time. Two questions. 1 year. Yes, sir. Any other person? Just two questions. Okay. Yeah. 1 year.
Ambassador Dr. William Odemige from Rivers Bayelsa's branch. My question goes to the Vice President of Next Generation. I enjoy his presentation very well. Based on that paper he delivered, can I say that blockchain is an ERP tool? And if it is, which it is actually, what are the benefits over blockchain, over SAP? That's just the question I have.
Thank you. Please, oh, please. Hello. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mine is not a question per se, it's a comment. One of the previous speakers said they've not had pirates on the waters. Not last month, my colleague was on his way to Akwa from and they were kidnapped. About 17 of them, just between Calabar and Oron. I think it's important if we are talking about blue economy, we shouldn't joke about security in the waterways. Every nautical mile should have some kind of security presence because lives will be lost if this is not considered.
Thank you, ma'am.
In the area of piracy, like as she said, during the time the presenter, the former presenter, during the morning section, did make that comment. I was wondering whether the person is in Nigeria really, because I know there's a lot of piracy going on along the coast of what Niger Delta to up to Calabar coast. So when you say there's no more piracy in Nigerian waters coast, I wonder whether the person is maybe it's just covering up, it's just political language. But as a matter of fact, it is ongoing. And as I said in my paper, that has increased the high cost of what? Even fishery. Because now people are afraid. And even when they get on the high sea, you know what they do to them? They seize their fish, they seize all their belongings, and then surcharge them. If you want to belly yourself out, you pay. And when you pay that ransom, it is now affecting what? Our resources. And as a result of that, I think all the stakeholders here, let us keep our eyes open and see what we can do. And when we talk about policies, let us, let the policy be infected and let government do something about what? Security on the coastal water. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We've come to an end of this. Okay.
Sorry, there is one question there. Thank you for your question. I think you are talking about the SAP business network, right? The tender platform used by NNPC, SIPEM, and this major IOCs, which is very interesting. It is not really, you can't call it, let's say, a blockchain technology, but of course it has element of blockchain technology in it. And that is why they are using it. But they can even do much better. And then, because I'm talking about bunker supply chain now, of course, if you're talking about IOCs now, whenever they are going to do their bunker supply, they majorly use this type of tender application to bid, to get the tender, and then to move on. But the problem is that during the process of the bunker supply, they don't use that platform anymore. They only use it for procurement and tendering. So they need to infuse it in the operation itself. So I think majorly that is just the aspect I'm looking at the operation rather than the business, the tender and bidding processes. So I don't know whether I've answered your question. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. So, yeah, what I'm saying is that SAP has the element of blockchain. So SAP in itself is just a system. And this system now has a structure of blockchain technology in it when you are talking about the procurement, the tender. But what it doesn't have is the extension to operations. When you bid on SAP, you get the tender. Everything is online until probably during negotiation and all, probably it takes off. Okay.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. You can see him after this, sir. You can see him after this. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for the observation.
All right. Thank you so much. We've come to an end of this section. Out of 5, we had 3 presenters. And I want to appreciate all the presenters, the contributors, and the audience. Thank you. And enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. We have been feeding our minds since morning. Now it's time for us to feed our bodies. Please remain seated, and the people in charge will come and take your orders. You can find a menu on your plate, on the plate in front of you. So you can select what exactly you want and it will be served to you right where you're seated. You don't have to move, you don't have to go anywhere. Just remain seated and someone will attend to you. One of our servers will attend to you. Thank you. Immediately after the lunch break, we have one more panel session and one more presentation, research paper presentation. And after that, we will call it a day for today. Thank you so much for staying up till now. I'm sure you're gaining value. That's why you're still seated. So thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
You have, okay. Thank you very much. We would like to announce a couple of publications, starting from the one written by our national president, Barrister Fon Ekong Usoro, titled International Trade and Carriage of Goods by Sea, Text, Cases, and Materials. This is the hardcover, very colorful, very interesting publication that was released just this year. How much? Okay, I'll inform you now. So this is the hardcover. If you need a copy, please meet the MC. This is also another copy of the same publication from Barrister Fon Ekong Usoro, the national president of the Challenge of Logistics and Transport Nigeria. These are wonderful publications that you don't want to miss. It has to be in your collection, your logistics and transport library. Please ensure that you have these books. The book stand is just outside as you go out of the hall. And the prices are very reasonable. That is number one. Number two, we also have another publication by guest of honor, Mr. Greg Ogbefin, Engineer Greg Ogbefin, titled Potentials of Nigeria's Maritime Economy. Potentials of Nigerian Maritime Economy. This is one literature, one publication that you do not want to miss. Make sure you have it in your collections or your library, yes. So we move to the chairman of the Central Planning Committee, Professor Kayode Oyeshiku. This is one of his publications titled New Cities in Urban and Regional Development Planning. Trust me, this is one of the wonderful publications that you must have. As a matter of fact, if you attend this conference and you don't go with a copy, oh my God, you have missed. Not that you are missing, you have missed. I won't register you for the next conference. Yes. The next one, Pioneering by Grace. Pioneering by Grace. You don't want to miss this, Ajia. You don't want to miss this. Pioneering by Grace. It is written, it's an autobiography of Olukayode Oyekomi Oyeshiku, Prof. Please, you should have this book written by Prof. For those of you who don't know Prof, Prof is the Prof standing in front of you there. That is our Prof, Professor Oyeshiku. Many of us were students. We also have another one titled Transportation and Logistics in Nigeria. Transportation and Logistics in Nigeria. You want to know about transportation, you want to know about logistics, the in-to-in of logistics, the principles of logistics, the advantages. No logistics, no life. For those of us who are logistics students, if you want to have this copy, make sure you grab it outside there now. And I think they have a book stand outside. Please make sure you have a copy. These books are affordable. As a matter of fact, for all these collections, you pay less than ₦1,000,000, which is very, very affordable. Thank you very much. Please see us at the book stand before you leave. Thank you.
So you can get a copy of any of the books you're interested in just outside the hall by the book stand. Be sure to get a copy or more for yourself, for your colleagues, for friends, for family, for your library. If you would like any of the copies of the books announced, kindly go to the book stand outside. The books are very, very, very affordable. We have Potentials of Nigeria's Maritime Economy. Speaker, Engineer Greg Ogbuefu, please. It's only 20,000 naira. Only. It's not even up to a plate of food. So please go outside and get yourself a copy. And of course, we have this beautiful book authored by C, Text, Cases, and Materials. You can pick up a copy outside. We have the hardback. The hardback is 50,000 naira only. Maybe that one is just one plate of food. And we have the paperback for 35,000 naira. That's like suya, just suya money. So make sure you pick up a copy. And we have 3 books by our very own prof. Transportation and Logistics in Nigeria. That book goes for 15,000 naira only. Shawarma money. But the value you will get will be much more. We have Pioneering by Grace, 15,000 naira only. That's like maybe shawarma and the bottle of Coke, maybe. So it's something you can easily just buy 10, 20, 50 copies and take home. Yeah. Just a pack of pizza. All right, please pick up a copy. Invest in knowledge, buy knowledge, buy knowledge. We have New Cities in Urban and Regional Development Planning for 7,000 naira only. That's like sardine money. Please pick up as many copies as possible, as many as possible. Share with colleagues, put in your library, share with friends. Make sure you get a copy, or 2, or 10, or 20. Okay, we're jumping right into the next panel session. And to moderate this panel, I would like to welcome, please, as you eat, endeavor to pay rapt attention, because I'm sure that there's so much value here that you will get out of this panel session speaking to recent developments in supply chain and transport. You do not want to miss the juice of this conversation. To moderate this panel, let's make welcome the CEO, Creative Director, Maritime TV, Ezinne Azuna. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Maybe I should sit on existing protocol instead of standing. Let me sit on the protocols this afternoon. Good afternoon, industry leaders here and everyone. When you ask us to address an audience that is eating, I think the positive thing is that we may not have questions after it, but we'll go straight to the point, and we really hope that every one of us will pay attention. Thank you very much. So today we'll be talking about recent developments in supply chain and transport. And we have quite discussants. It's my pleasure, therefore, to invite to the podium Professor Ekong of the Ibom Deep Sea Port. Let's put our hands together for it. Thank you very much for doing us that honor. Thank you. If your spoon isn't working, then let your hand work. Please help me appreciate Professor Ekong as he comes forward. Thank you. Next, I'll be inviting Engineer Christopher Amaluko of Engineer Christopher Amaluko. Please, can we have you here? He's of NIMASA. Amakulo, okay, thank you. Engineer Christopher, please, can we have you? Engineer Christopher is with the master, and perhaps if we put our hands together for him, we'll find him here. I would also invite Mr. Salisu Abubakar of NIMASA too to join us here. Please, a round of applause for the discussants. Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, Engineer Makolo, thank you for joining us, sir. Would also have the honor of having Dr. Chris Ikogo from FUTU here also. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll be talking on the recent developments in supply chain and transport. And we'll be hinging this discussion on technological enhancements for safety and security. We'll also look at how CILT can leverage on capacity building and professional development, you know, for the enhanced efficiency of multimodal transportation. Here, as you can see, we have people from the regulatory industries, and we also have people who are academics here. And so it's a balanced panel. We have professors and we have professionals who actually do the job on the field. And so I hope that at the end of the day, we come up with solutions that are quite practical and applicable. So without wasting time, I'd like to begin with Prof. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
So we'll just keep it as conversational as possible, clear, just so that everyone is carried along. I believe that your topic is given to you because that's the area of your strength. So technological enhancement for safety and security across transport modes. You would agree that the seaports need to be smart, future-ready maritime. Could you share some of the emerging technologies and operational innovations that reflect global standards in safety, digitalization, and supply chain transparency? How can these actually, the emerging technologies, how would they be redefining our sphere within Nigeria?
Thank you, moderator. I don't know if you can hear me. This is better. I will try to make my voice as nice as yours. Thank you, moderator. Now, talking about the technologies to enhance safety and security in the maritime sector, looking at globally, what has been deployed globally and what Nigeria needs to do. At this age, we are in the age of IoTs, Internet of Things, looking at AI-driven technologies, looking at having investment in smart port resilience, but taking the question back to safety. We say safety is the foundation, is the core for logistics and transport, and without safety, we cannot have that sustainability, that resilience, that efficiency. Now, how does it work? If you take our minds back to Titanic, if I ask questions now, what do you remember about the Titanic? Some people might just tell me love, but that's not the case. Titanic issue happened in 1912, where the ship hit an iceberg and hundreds of lives were lost, where the International Maritime Organization came together and developed the safety of life at sea, where every ocean-going vessel will have more than the complement of life-saving devices on board. Now, bring that back to the modern era. We have autonomous vessels that are designed to carry out long and continuous missions. They carry out surveillance on the waterways. We have satellite systems. We have AI imaging. We have devices like vessel monitoring systems and automatic identification systems which are deployed to ensure safety and security is entrenched in our waterways. So if you look at a device like single aperture systems, it not only works as radar, it's better than radar. When we monitor our ships real time, the vessel identification systems and automatic tracking systems, they can be switched off by the ship owners. But then again, when we have a single aperture radar system, it can detect even vessels in dark areas where the vessel operators may have knocked off the detector, and then again, the system can monitor and track real time. So basically, the technologies there are Internet of Things, which we even use to track cargo. Technologies like the artificial intelligence, which is used for developing data. We're working with algorithms, we develop data, and we can have a predictive studies.
While you were talking, I was expecting that we would hear maybe things that are very recent, but for AI, I think
willingness and capacity. There's a whole lot that needs to be done to bridge the gap. Yes, the AI has been there, but adopting AI in the maritime domain is where we need to go to. Looking at Falcon Eye, which is developed by the Nigerian Navy to monitor our waterways and our economic exclusive zones. That's the technology that we need to hinge on. During our discussions, some people talked about sea piracy. And I must say, and I must also agree with the first speaker, that we've not had a case of sea piracy. Sea piracy is when it has to do with crimes in international waters. So the issue that happened in Niger Delta that was talked about, that's actually a case of sea robbery. But then again, with the Falcon Eye, which is a digital technology introduced by the Nigerian Navy, we can monitor real-time our coastal waters and ensure we nip issues of security in the port.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll come back to you because you're trying to say that if we apply AI, then even the...
Oh, definitely.
All right, I'll come back to you on that. Let's go to how... No,
Hello? I think so.
all right.
I'll take it from this part. We should agree and accept from the traditional way of, I think this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, okay.
All right, technical, please, could you help us here?
Civilization and accept the modern digital system. And how do we proceed on such aspect is the fact that we have to agree that the manual stage has to be fed up. In those days, you make phone calls. Has this goose left? Has it gone? But now, you go online, you choose in America, you will be in Nigeria, and it will be delivered through the ship, through the cars. You can order for your cars, you can order for your goods. And also, the DHL, I'm not marketing them, but for the DHL, in the digital way of the system, not looking at the manual. In those days, you go to the park, you have to drop your goods and wait for the other person to go and get it from there with a letter. But now, you don't do that. You wait for your goods to be delivered through some certain mode of transport and digitalization.
I agree with you, sir. And I agree that technology is making logistics and supply chain very easy and seamless, you know, but on one side of the divide, people look at it like it's going to also eliminate human presence within the, you know, ecosystem. So for a professional who wants to remain relevant, what should that professional be doing now? And then what's the window for transition like, you know? So if you're going to learn a new skill, or if you're going to face a different area, you know, that you're not used to as a professional, what's the window so that one would not just wake up and long haul?
During the COVID issue, a lot of us don't have to travel or go to the chemist to get goods. Now you have them delivered on your doorstep. You have your medications given to you through the logistic transport and delivered to you. Well, not to eradicate participation of human use. The human have to also upgrade and see that this can work. It's not just manual. You have to go digital and make sure that now you use your phone. In those days, you don't have WhatsApp, but you have your WhatsApp. You have softwares that can do a lot of things. So those are the windows you can improve. In those days, when you go to your ATM, you probably don't know how to operate it. But the Okada man goes to the ATM, operates it, gets his transfer funds, and do what is necessary. So you have to improve, train yourself, and also the industry to be updated with relevant laws and institutes that goes through.
So professionals must begin to look at how to shift also from the analog system
to the digital
system. The more digital you are, the hotter you are in the industry. Yeah. Absolutely. Do you have a window? Is there an estimate of time that people...
3 to 5 years window.
3 to 5 year window. So the average professional in the industry has 3 to 5 years window to navigate from being analog to being very digital. Because if you say just digital, AI has come, another one would come, So, you know, we were talking Internet of Things yesterday. More have come, blockchain came, and then more are coming. So you really need to go very digital. And this said, let me come to you, Engineer Amakulor. Thank you, sir. You're supposed to profile digital solutions that would enhance multimodalism. And so with digitalization now reshaping global transportation, are there specific systems or solutions currently being implemented in Nigeria that can enhance multimodalism? And by the time, you know, talking about multimodalism, I want you to see if you can also include pipeline, even though it wasn't included in our initial conversation.
All right, thank you, my moderator. In Nigeria, I'll be looking at specific technologies that are presently ongoing. The present government started the National Single Window Project. I don't know what I know about it. So I also talk about the port community system. A port community system is a neutral and open electronic platform that enables the intelligent and secure exchange of information between public and private stakeholders within a port. By connecting shipping lines, terminal operators, freight forwarders, customs, and other government agencies, a port community system streamlines and automates port and logistic processes. The benefits are manifold, including reduced paperwork, faster vessel turnaround times, and improved cargo tracking. So what this government, now taking a step further, is to introduce the National Single Window Project. For trade, is a facility that allows all parties involved in trade and transport to lodge standardized information and documents with a single entry point to fulfill all imports, all exports, and transit-related regulatory requirements. For Nigeria, implementation of a robust national single window is a game changer for trade facilitation. It promises to reduce the complexity and duplication of documentation, enhance transparency, and significantly cut down the time and cost of cross-border trade. Recent reports indicate a renewed drive by the Nigerian government to fully implement the national single window, a move that is widely supported by stakeholders in the maritime industry. I may go further, though my colleagues and others have been talking about Internet of Things, blockchain, and all that. I don't know if I'm permitted to also mention on. Okay, good. Now, the Internet of Things is a system of physical objects, such as devices, vehicles, which are integrated within softwares and other technologies, enabling information exchange over the internet. And in the scope of multimodal transport, application of IoTs are numerous and can lead to transformative changes. Smart sensors on containers can give insight into their location, temperature, humidity, and other atmospheric conditions of that particular container, including security status of that container. And this is important for perishable, high-value cargo. In Nigeria, where there are high-value cargo concerns, IoT provides visibility and security unprecedented to traditional method, though there are many risks.
You're saying it's available now?
Yes, IoT, okay. For example, you remember when people export perishable goods? With IoT, with sensors and all that, you know when that good is losing shape and all that, and it will give you feedback on what to do, or if there is a delays in exporting that particular thing, there will be an expedited action to actually move that in out so that it doesn't go bad. Of course, that will incur losses. I also talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning. The use of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies is capable of processing historical data and real-time information. It improves, of course, we know these days, I think somebody talked about blockchain earlier on. Data is the currency of now, okay? And I'm a Christian, and the Bible says the truth you know is what will set you free. In today's modern business environment, the information you have is what will give you a competitive advantage. Yes, and data, you get information through data. So in data, people talk about data, money. Data is actually the currency of now. So with data, you're able to do effective blockchain. What is blockchain? Blockchain thrives on structured data. Without structured data, you can't do blockchain, you can't do artificial intelligence, and all this is thrive on data. So with artificial intelligence system, it can predict vessel arrival, optimize yard and warehousing needed for the spaces needed. Yeah, okay. And inland transportation of the cargo by road and rail too can be enhanced using artificial intelligence. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for my panelists. I'm sure while we're eating, we're learning, right? Okay. I told you that I have very formidable people here, and they're not falling my hand, as we say here in Nigeria. And I'll just go straight to Dr. Ikogu. Thank you for being with us today. And you're supposed to be speaking to us as regards connectivity of our multi-model system. So let me just go straight to the question. The success of any supply chain lies in connectivity. From your academic and policy perspective, what recent global models of multi-model integration could Nigeria, in building a more seamless link between road, rail, air, and marine systems, adopt?
Good evening, all. I want to start by putting it correct that I'm not Dr. Ikog. I'm standing in for him.
Okay.
Yes. My name is Uwalaka Ambrose of Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding. My name is Uwalaka Ambrose of Council for the Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria, CRFFN. Unfortunately, I'm being addressed as an academician, but I'll try and do justice to the assignment. But I will not fail to point out that I'll be speaking as a regulator. I will be having bias to handle this topic as a regulator, because I know that we are supposed to be the final consumer of the decisions of this conversation, because I'm of marine and blue economy. So before I continue, I will want to tell us that not quite long, most of these issues that are raised here has been taken care of, so to say, by the national policy on marine and blue economy that was launched recently by the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. But I'm going to now speak like a Nigerian who is going to also feel the impact of any failed system, you know. So on that note, I'm going to go into the conversation by making my own contribution. Yes, the
connectivity.
Sorry.
No problem, sir.
From the policy perspective, the recent global model of multimodal transportation. No. Sorry. Sorry. I'm standing in for somebody. Sorry.
It's okay. Do you want to come
Yes, go back.
All right. So while we wait for him to get his piece together, I would like to return to you, Mr. Abubakar. I have a second question to you, because it's critical that everybody who is here lives here knowing how to step into the waters of technology and the new times we're in the industry. And so what are the most significant capacity and competency gaps you see across Nigeria's supply chain workforce? And how can structured professional pathways, certification, mentoring help to bridge those gaps sustainably? Again, what should professionals be focused on as we move on?
On the industry, thank you for that question. The professionals will be more focused on the industry by training, workshop, organized professional training for schools. And now you see we have a lot of professors who came in on the program and on the conference, and we have both serving and retired general of the logistics and transport who has come in, and they all key in. CLT has decided to bring in the professional, both the academicians and everybody, to learn and to train, to also have an idea of what the system, supply chain gaps are. What are the modern things they are supposed to know? What are the things that people are coming in? Now we have the young generation. We have people who are already keen in trying to learn from the professionals. So those gaps, those systems, are things that they should do, and majorly they are workshops and training to update them on the system. Thank you.
All right. So here, training is going to enhance professionals at this time. Okay, so we'll go one more round and we'll quit, my MC. All right, so can we hear you on connectivity at this point?
Sorry for the break in transmission on my own side. Well, as a matter of fact, Nigeria can draw inspiration from several global models of multi-model integration. The example, unfortunately, is coming from Europe. That's where we have modern technologies on logistics and transport. We have this trans-European transport network. That's where European Union, among them, had a system that connects them easily. You can go from Brussels to France, Paris, and London within a twinkle of an eye without any hurdle. There's this harmonized multimodal logistics. This is talking about green energy. The green energy, they are talking about reducing the influence of fossil fuel on the environment, and also decarbonization of the environment. So we are talking, even a small country like Singapore is adjudged one of the best countries in terms of logistics and transport. Yes, they have a unified multimodal system that works, where you can hop down from an aircraft, you join a train, from train you join a bus transit. So you can see that that's.
So if we were going to borrow a leaf, we should be looking at Europe, looking at the likes of Singapore.
We have several hubs in the country, like Lokoja and Onitsha, can provide that hub, that kind of hub that can create connectivity.
So we take the ideas and we domesticate them here. Unification of the multi-mode system is very key. And unfortunately, within Africa, according to Mr. Ambrose, we do not have enough examples, and so we'll be going back to Europe to get all this. Thank you for that contribution, sir. Prof, I'm going to come back to you now, because security and safety of critical importance. So you talked about the kind of technologies that have happened in recent times. So which of them can be deployed to improve security, surveillance, safety, coordination across the modes while preserving cargo integrity?
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, it is working. Okay, I hope you can hear me. Okay, now, so relating to those technologies, basically tying safety, security, and the cargo tracking. I will refer to what one of our panelists talked about. He talked about the use of AI, talked about the community. Now, for this aspect, we have technologies like iNosis, which cover the safety aspect, where personnel will not have to physically enter into confined spaces on their own and be exposed to toxic gases. All right? INOSIS, yes, like gas detectors. For the International Maritime Report, statistics for just first quarter of 2025, we've had more than 100 fatalities, just the first quarter of 2025. And this had to do with safety incidents of various vessels. But now when you come to our local environment, we have this issue where people go into confined spaces in cargo holds and they get exposed to toxic gases. So things like INOSIS can be introduced, which is based on Internet of Things. Yes, it can be introduced there. And also, to ensure that these skills are passed on, we have three aspects. People, the aspect of institutions and technology. Have a workforce that you train on the various skills required to serve in that industry. Then institutions are to. Then finally, in terms of tech, have collaboration between international partners and local startups so that there can be a cross-pollination of ideas, and also incorporate the aspect that has to do with technology transfer in our procurement.
Thank you very much, Prof. MC, please let them just give us their last words and then we'll just move on from there. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So let me start with you, Sir Engineer Makolo. There are so many things you had touched on, luckily for us. But then when we talk digital solutions for enhanced efficiency,
the institute has just implemented an ERP. Yeah, am I right, man? Good. That is to tell you where we are headed. In conclusion, the digital transformation of Nigeria's multimodal transport is essential for economic growth. Collaboration among stakeholders is crucial to build a seamless, secure, and digitally empowered trade environment. Thank you.
Please, let me hand over to Mr. Abubakar. Please, thoughts, if we want to really cross over from analog to digitalization, which is actually
very that also there's 10 projects that cannot be handled by the government, or probably you bring in the private sector to bring in their professionalism, bring their ideas, to bring the modernity of those systems, and they key in. So at the end of the day, the PPP idea will work a long way to help on the digitalization.
Mr. Ikogo, Mr. Ambrose, rather, representing Dr. Ikogo, I'm going to come to you because connectivity is critical, and luckily, the CRFFM. So, looking at Nigeria now, if we want to address issues like after, your last thoughts on areas that must be connected. What points within the country must we ensure connectivity?
30 seconds,
20
please.
seconds.
30 seconds, please.
Yeah, quickly. We know that Nigeria is blessed with a lot of, blue economy resources.
30 seconds.
Yeah. A place like Lokoja and Onitsha can comfortably waterways can connect. People can be going about their business not through road or alone. So Port Harcourt can also play that role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question is, if there's an emergency, there's a spill of toxic chemicals in our environment, in our waterways, are we ready to respond to it? What is the status of our emergency and operational readiness in Nigeria? That's food for thought. We should think of how we can harness.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have this session very swift. Fortunately, all our presenters are here, and we're going to start with Professor Kaede Oyeshiku, who is going to be the first presenter. Please, the technical team, I need you to pay attention to me, please. Technical team, Daniel, please, I hope they are there with us. Then the next person after Professor Oyeshiku is Professor Adesonya. Then we have Professor Kudo again. Then Omar Balarabe Wambai, are you here? If you're here, please, can you come up? Professor Yeshiku, please. He will be making a presentation on logistics and transportation for sustainable blue economy in Nigeria, challenges of integrated transportation policy and implementation strategies. Thank you. Please, can we tone down on the noise, please? Please, please. Thank you.
Well, once again, good afternoon. The national president, the past president, fellows of the institute, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My paper focuses on the challenges of transport and logistics integration for the purpose of blue economy. I'm going to start by elaborating on the concept of the blue economy itself. Then, because much aspects of the paper itself has been dissembled and fragmented by several presenters, I will therefore not go into the conceptual framework. I will try to end with the insight into the strategy for the integration. The blue economy that is gaining ground of recent has actually been in place over time. I would have loved that a number of us follow the Nigerian Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies program in March and in April 2025. Madam President of the Institute in particular had appeared.
Please, can we settle down and listen to the presentation? I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we are here. So please, can we settle down? Let's reduce the noise to a very bare minimum, please. And pay attention so we can get the value we are here for. Thank you.
Thank you. I was saying that in March and April, Madam President herself, through the Nigerian Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, made series of presentations on blue economy. I only wish to appeal to her to make her presentation available for the CILT Nigeria. Although we were not the targeted audience, but that particular content, at least on 2 occasions, I was also a panelist. And I know that most of what being presented today have been summarized through our own presentation. And therefore, I will not belabor much of the concepts of the blue economy. But what is clear is that it does not actually refer to oceans alone. Blue economy refers to water bodies, including rivers, including lakes, inland waterways, and the like. Because a number of recommendations have actually focused only on the ocean-based strategies. And that is why when we are talking of blue economy in Nigeria, we also talk of Lake Chad, which is actually in the interior part of the north, We also talk of the River Benue and River Niger and a number of internal waterways in the country. But generally, the totality of all this is that it supports almost 95% of the bulk mobility of goods and services across the globe. Having said this, what was actually the basic foundations of this blue economy? For a number of scholars who are actually familiar with sustainable development goals, development goal number 14 that was captured in 2015, almost 10 years ago, advocated for development of the blue economy globally. And since then, we have had organizations, United Nations itself, African Development itself, United Nations Educational Fund, all of them have come up with various strands of aspects of the blue economy. And what do we want to achieve? The overall goal of sustainable development. Assisting improvement in the poverty, ensuring gender equity, looking at inclusiveness in the policy and administration. And as Professor Okewude said, the blue economy is actually an aspect of the ecosystem of the water body that ensure that nobody is actually left behind. That is the overall goal of sustainable development. And sustainable development goal of 14 further elaborated on what we need to achieve. 3 things are very clear. 1, make strategy of the development of the water body areas inclusive. There has been a tendency for those that are in the administration of governance to actually dictate to the people that are water body oriented, just overloading to them what they want to do, not what those people actually will want to do. And that is the exclusion of inclusiveness. The second is about safety and the security of activities that will mitigate poverty. If the operations of the water bodies is unsafe, then there is every likelihood that poverty will continue to persist. The third is the sustenance of the ecosystem itself. Pollution, overfishing, overdevelopment of mining, and so on and so forth. Then come the proposal. What do we have to do? In my whole presentation, I tried to look at what strategies we can put in place to integrate transport and logistics into the blue economy. First and foremost, if we understand very well that the Nigerian transport and logistics system is highly fragmented, we then need to look for a way to integrate this particular system. Integration means reducing the overlapping policies and activities of several agencies. Under the blue economy, within that particular ministry, we have over 15 of them. It is not how many they are that it is creating the problem, but there are fragmented policies that are overlapping, and they work at cross purposes for the survival of those agencies. The second strategic option is to ensure that we have integrated policy of blue economy. The ministry itself had actually come up with very robust policy. However, another ministry of transportation has come up with land transportation policy. It's just as if land transportation is not part of logistics and transportation of this country. And therefore, what the ministry has actually come up with attempted to exclude significantly the aspects of the land transportation. This is not in the interest of governance and administration of the economy. It is in that particular light that we need a robust transport policy for this country. As we speak, we don't have transport policy for Nigeria. All these can be integrated into the overall transport policy of Nigeria. Thirdly, bringing together the private sector not only to initiate and lead, but to ensure that they bring about innovation into maritime and blue economic development. There must be a great investment supported by the government to ensure the private sector plays a significant role in the blue economy. Finally, the academia has been challenged in some of the presentations so far. The researches must also be dovetailed to ensure that new areas of the development in the blue economy should actually be enhanced. We should not wait for the industry to lead us. Our research should dictate we need to go. And that particular researches will then actually marry that of the support of the private sector and the organized industry. Blue economy must be sustained as stated by the African Union Charter that will end in 2063. What we need to do as an institute is also to integrate very well into some of those ideas. Let us take those indicators. Let us research on those indicators. And let us be friendly with the government in such a way that the institute can be relevant as far as training, innovation, and development is concerned. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation. I'm sure if you listened, must have gotten a lot of points to ask questions on. And I would like you to please prepare your questions. We're moving straight to Professor Adesoya for his presentation. We will take all the questions at the end of the presentations. Professor Adesoya will be, speaking on exploiting the potentials of transport and logistics services in the growth and development of blue economy in Nigeria. Professor Adesoya, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants. Because of time, I'll try to skip a few things. The title of my presentation has been given. It's on the slide there. But before I discuss, I think there are some basic questions we need to ask. And the first one is that, are there specific sectors within the blue economy that require a lot more attention? Then we also ask ourselves that some of those sectors, what potentials do they currently have that will require, that will link them up properly with logistics and transport services? Then finally, I think it's also very important to consider the constraints and how we'll address them. Because not until we do that, the problems are probably going to linger for a long time. Please just move down the slides. Down, please. Yeah, please, can you hold it here? Now, here we have a slide that looks at the general aspects and benefits of the blue economy. The benefits are so many. But what we need to say is that some of these overlap And what it means is that if we do not adequately understand what benefits we are, then there's no purpose in pursuing them. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, I think I mentioned earlier on that there are some very vital sectors now that give huge potentials for development. On the slide there, they are listed. You can see them. So they are very important. But what I'll try to do here is that I'll limit the discussion. Otherwise, several other things, will crop up. But I'm glad that, the earlier speaker, Professor Yeshiku, said that when we talk about the blue economy, there's always this misconception that when you talk about the blue economy, your focus is on maritime, marine, to the utmost, we tend to forget that, inland waterways are also part of the blue economy. Now, the point I want to make here is that we ask the questions, are there potentials? The answer is yes. Which are these potentials? We'll identify them and see where we'll move from there. So the blue economy offers a lot of potentials, quite a number of them, promoting economic growth, job creation in all of those sectors, the maritime transportation facilitation, and of course, fisheries research. I will explain why fishery research is very important. There are several agencies today in this country that are involved in fisheries research. Now, I'm going to talk about 4 sectors: the fisheries and aquaculture. Now, today in Nigeria, the total fish production is estimated to be about 1.1 million tons. Out of that 1 million tons, about 36% actually comes from, marine catch. Then you have artisanal catch, which is almost about 37. But the bottom line is that Nigeria today, what we produce in terms of fish is a lot more than what is imported. Okay, so now when it comes to managing that chain, which we call the cold chain, you'll understand that there are some problems. And if such a sector offers a lot of potentials, then it means that we must try to see how we can harness that to increase the vibrancy of the blue economy. Then you also look at coastal and inland waterways. Like I said, emphasis has always been on coastal tourism. We have a coastline of almost 835 kilometers, which are bordered by about 9 states. So the potentials are there, but how do we harness them? How do we connect them to transport and logistics? There are several challenges. Some of those challenges are listed. Poor infrastructure, including inadequate roads, lack of functional ferries, poorly maintained ports, and so on. Those are some of the problems that relate to coastal and inland water transport. And of course, when we talk about inland water transport system, its relevance in the blue economy, you talk about, some bit of tourism. We hear about regatta here and there. These are some of the potentials that are huge and that are available. Now, one area which is growing in importance is the one that is referred to as the marine renewable energy. Today, Nigeria suffers a lot in terms of energy production. I'm sure we've all experienced, we are still experiencing it. But what we are saying is that the ocean offers a lot of huge potentials for energy generation. Several feasibility studies have been done, and there are, it has been clearly established that Nigeria has the potential of generating wind energy through maritime sources. Then the last area, which I think is also very important, where the potential is huge, is maritime biotechnology. Maritime biotechnology basically relates to using aquatic plants for pharmaceuticals, for environmental remediation, and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying is that all of those 4 sectors that I've mentioned have very huge potentials that we can develop. Round up, okay, I'll round up now. So now, what exactly do we need to do? We need to deepen and implement government initiatives. I'm surprised when the representative of the minister talked about the blue policy. I think the blue policy should actually be up and running by now. Then there should be strengthening of collaboration among relevant agencies.